Hey, hello, develop it. Hello, Nui. It's stream Do 210, 210. A lot of things on my mind today. So I'm trying to work on this guy, dialog editor. I did a little bit of work post stream, but it's kind of distracted. So, like usual, didn't get much done. I fixed a few bugs here. I also started adding the events thing, but we have a little problem here where it overflows and it doesn't wrap. Let me show you if there is more than one event that I have these buttons I'm putting in place. You guys can't really see it because it's off this. It's over chat, isn't it? These buttons in place so you can reorder events when you make a choice in a dialog. And I haven't implemented that yet. So there's a bunch of stuff I got to do today. Yeah, that's going to be hidden by chat, isn't it? Oh, well. Yeah, so I'm going to try to get line wrapping working for the tell events. Like, actually, I saw that just today. That it was, which one was it? I forget which one it was. I guess this one. It overflows, and we'd have to make the window larger to see all of it. We'll work on that. Let's put this to a more reasonable size. I'm implementing deleting for events, so that shows up there, a delete button. Adding tell and pause events. It says text, but it should say tell and pause. Implement reordering, just showed the arrows for that. Making states editable, choices editable, so that's these. They should not be just text labels, they should be input boxes, so we can change the names of states. And here too, making the tell message editable, so this message here, make that editable. Adding requirement text area, so I don't have that. Above events should be the requirement for the selected choice. We're going to implement that later using Lua, I think. Turning the next state from an input into a select. That's down here. Rather than having to type in a conversation, I'd be able to just pick that from a select. Showing the end if the next state is the empty string. So that shows up here for by. It should show end, not have a blank. And then showing start for an empty string state start of the dialog. So that's here. This should say start, not default. Don't allow removing the start state, so you can do that right now, and that's a problem. Fortunately, we have reset. Adding undo and redo stacks for dialog changes. So right now, if I make a mistake and I delete an entire state, oops, the only thing I can do is if I haven't saved yet, I can do reset and get it back. But that removes all changes since the last save. So it'd be nice if on every action I do, it would remember what it was right before and then have undo, just undo one change. And then disable the reset button if the dialog hasn't changed. So right now, if I press it, I can still press reset. It's doing a reset even though it doesn't need to. So, though I think that this is a list of things that I haven't been finished yet. If I get all of these done, then I'll have a decent dialog editor. Maybe not the best style, but it'll have the functionality I need. So I'm going to work on that today. The other thing that came up is one of my moderators has disappeared. So I don't know what happened, but bug found is gone. Don't know where he went. So I'm down to just a couple moderators now. So if anyone who has been here a lot and has helped out a lot on the channel would like to be a moderator, just let me know. Sort of sad to see him go because he was number 4 on the points leaderboard, so to speak. So yeah, don't know what happened. Anyway, hope he's okay. Hope he just decided this stream wasn't for him, and he's otherwise okay. The other possibility someone said is maybe he got hacked, and I hope that didn't happen. That would suck. Anyway, so this is the structure of a dialog, a very simple one. And in the editor, it looks like this. So it's a default state with a default choice with 3 events. That's what it looks like there. But what happened? He disappeared. He's no longer a moderator. He's not following. He left the Discord channel. So I don't know. I don't know what happened. He's just gone. Yeah, so I hope he's okay. So yeah, this is what the what dialog looks like, and this is what it looks like in the editor. Hey there, Clayman. How are you doing? There's one problem here. This shouldn't say 0. I think it should say end. Although it amounts to the same thing, I believe. Hey there, Batcraft. Your brain is fried from dealing with GDPR. Oh no. Oh no. Have you written down what you've learned? Then we can avoid other people's brains from being fried as well. Batcraft, I'm doing okay. How are you? I was just saying one of my moderators has vanished, so I'm sort of on, that sort of surprised me. Don't know what happened. But otherwise, I'm doing okay. All right. What was that? What to me playing as Skizzers? I mentioned it in the Discord. I don't know what happened to him. You're here, yeah. Not you. It was bug found. He's gone. Don't know why. Anyway, let's see. What am I going to work on first? Getting line wrapping to work for tell events. Yeah, so I have line wrapping. Oh, that's interesting. Oh no, that's it's dot 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 because that's actually in the string. I had it working for. I guess I didn't have it working here. That doesn't wrap either. Maybe inside here. Do I have one that has a long description? Okay, this one does. This one wraps to a point. So maybe I should look and see how I did that one. Yeah, they left the Discord, they unfollowed, they unmodded themselves, they're gone. Yep. Hey there, wowee, look who's here. It's Raimi. Yeah, he helped out a lot too in the stream, so I don't know. Maybe I said something and I don't know what I said, or something happened to him, I don't know. Hey there, Toulouse. It just disappeared, there was no drama. Don't know what happened. He was in the channel as soon ago as like the 20th. And then all of a sudden, the name is gone. And I looked at the roles list and he's not a mod. And he's gone. Don't know. I just hope I didn't say something bad that he took the wrong way. I mean, I can't imagine what it was. If it was, yeah, spooky. So I asked Chris about it, CM Griffing, and he said it almost, he said it's almost like he got hacked or something. So weird. Anyway, I'm gonna look at that ticket description and see what I did there. Yeah, so I hope if that's the case, it really sucks. I hope it gets he gets his accounts back. They get hacked all the time. Yeah, that's why I use a password manager now with auto-generated passwords. Yeah, well, the other possibility is that he just decided, like life change. The stream isn't for him anymore. He can't be here. But that might be a good or a bad thing. Maybe I don't know. Maybe new job, can't be here. I don't know. Who knows? Taking a break from the internet, yeah, could be. Sometimes you need a hard break. Yeah. Oh, from RuneScape, yeah. All right. Where exactly would I find this? Under description, right? Format okay, it's got an ID. It's not specially formatted though. I mean, that's just to turn new lines into paragraphs, right? Maybe I should be looking at this in the viewer. Oops. I guess I forgot a row. Huh. Interesting bugs. Oh, I wonder if it's this justify self right. What if I turn that off? What happens? Oh, it's still wrapping. Oh, that's the left-hand side. I need to be looking at the right-hand side. Oh, interesting. Why does that affect the left-hand side divs? Oh, it's turning it off for the whole style. That's why. Okay, I'm just getting confused. Yeah, who knows? Hey there, Corner Lord. Hey there, Silverlight. Silverlight with the silver gear. Good afternoon. The 7 p.m. VM Discord, I didn't want to bug him. Because he left silently. Um, I just don't like bugging people. People actually read devlogs. I'm thinking about starting one for your game. What's a devlog? Like a blog? Developer blog? Maybe. I think I read logs for when people run through problems that are similar to mine and I want to learn what their solution was. Yeah, so it might be worthwhile if you have if there are other people who are making something similar, or you've learned something, you've gone through something, and they want to learn from that, or get help from your experience. Hey there, Kindly Fire. Well, a lot of people today. I think there's some value in just doing the writing. It's kind of like having a journal. Like a journal, you're probably only going to be the one who reads it anyway, right? So you get a lot out of just doing the writing part, not the future reading, if any. You know, getting your thoughts organized to write it down could be useful, even if you don't read it later. Okay, so why does this wrap, but then this does not? Is it because it's in a table? I wonder if that's why. If so, how do I get it to wrap? I wonder if I have to set a maximum size for the table column. What would I set it to, actually? It needs help with wrapping. Call Eminem. And then Mr. Love Pickle. Oh, they might be coming to my channel. Yeah, Left just called it Adam Scurvy. I didn't know that there was this link to find all of Adam's old VODs unlisted on YouTube. That was pretty cool. I must say that Adam is a lot better streamer than me. Even like back on his day 81, I'm like, wow, he's so professional. I wish I was as professional as that. I try and I try and I try. Hopefully, I'm getting better over time. I should compare with my own recording like 100 days ago or something to see how I'm doing. Okay, I think I want to set a max width for the table or for the column or something. What's the problematic one? It's when Bob says something longer like this. Yeah, how do I? Let's just look it up. So table column maximum width. Oh, thanks, develop it. Don't ban him for saying that. Do we have a link to his channel? You mean Adam? Of course. Yeah, I highly look up to Adam13531 and hope that his game goes well. He's very, very established on Twitch. He's very professional. Awesome streamer. He's on semi-break this week though. Like he was getting burned out and he decided not to stream the rest of the week. But he's still, as far as I know, he's still working on his game. Still very active in his Discord. Let's see if this is what I want to do. Aha. Is that what I need to do? White space normal? And how do you do it on a column? Let's see the JS fiddle. Burnout is the worst, yeah. Okay, this is too small. Let's make it bigger. Oh, TD nth child, I see. Sort of a weird looking table. Ad blocker. I'm not even running an ad blocker in this context. Okay, let me see if I can try that. So this one's CSS and hold on. Details, right, shrinking container, events, table, body. Oh, thanks for the follow. Wow, it's buried in here, isn't it? So it's the second child. Okay, if I give the whole thing a class, maybe. Actually, let's give that TD a class. Where do I do that? When I build the choice, right? No, the event, I mean. Here it is. Oh, no, I put it in this thing. Oh, but here's the TD. This is the important one, right? So, class name equals game dialog event. Details, maybe? Okay, what did that article say he tried? White space, normal, word break all. Okay. Did you get that right? Yeah. Word break all. Let's see if it worked. Okay, why is it not loading? Interesting. Oh, it's this problem. I run into this every once in a while. Where I'm using a self-signed certificate and the proceeding to localhost like unlocks it for a while. So that it's unlocked. But then it goes back to, it reverts to default after a while. Conversation. No, it's still... Okay, well, let's work on the CSS. What if I say, like, width, lock it to 200 pixels? That sort of works. Maybe I can use that. Maybe give it a little bit, a bit more space, and just lock the width. And then what happens if I have multiple events? That would be back in here. So that's going to lock it even though, it's going to make it wider even though, there's like a max, is there a max width? Aha. So that shortens it, but it can grow if it needs to, like back here. Yeah, okay. Missing a little bit of chat. Steam is down? No! Hey there, Kindred. How are you doing? How's your game going? You guys should check out Kindred's stream. Usually streams on the weekend or late at night, but it's always fun to hang out in his stream. He's working on swords and stuff, right? Swords and magic and stuff. And it looks really, really polished. I really like the shaders and the artistic style is really, really cool. Swords and magic and stuff, yeah. My game doesn't look as graphically awesome. Mine's actually very graphically simple, and that's okay. I'm not very artistic. I'm hoping to focus more on story elements and secrets and exploration and stuff like that. Bugs are just a universal truth, my friend. Everyone's got bugs. You want to see the bugs I have? Well, I just fixed one of them, sort of. I hacked it. Bug I had here was if I don't set a max width or a width, this thing gets so long that I can never get to the end of it. And yeah, it's CSS bugs, I think. I would like to have it not have to set a max width constraint on this, but have it just naturally use up the space it needs, but I'm just not enough of a CSS wizard to figure that out right now. I think I'm just going to go with this max width, and I don't even think I need these. Right? Yeah, see, it naturally just breaks anyway. Yeah, just do that. Yeah, that's exactly right. They're not called bugs, they're undocumented or unwanted features. Does your body have a fixed width of 100%? I hope not. Oh, you mean literally, does the body have... yes. I'm trying to make it single page. That's why I'm... Even if there is overflow, it hides it. And I'm trying to use... I'm putting this into flex containers so that, for example, if you... Up to a point... The stage itself is a ultimate limit to that, but you can press as much as you can. Everything should just start overflowing locally, so to speak. So, like, in fact, I probably want to do the same thing here. If I compress this more, I'd like this overflow to be scrolled horizontally. Although I'm trying to avoid that. But the way I'd do it, how it's best to show this, I guess in here. The did I do it in the body or the HTML or the root div? I did it at some level. Maybe the app. There we go. The app width height 100 view width view height. That's the trick that I use. You wonder why the table doesn't wrap correctly? I think it's because I'm just hiding it within so many divs. I got the div problem. So here, like, look how buried it is. So the app is the one that has 100 view width view height, right? And then from there, I try to use flex as much as I can. So display flex column, and this is a flex row, and then this one is another column, another column, another column. This one is not. No, it is. Row. Column. This one's not. I wonder if that's the problem. This one's not a flex container. Huh. I've been starting to learn that if you in the hierarchy, if you're using flex and if anything at any point is not itself a flex container, then it sort of breaks everything if you're trying to fit things exactly right. I mean, it could be this one. It's inside a column, though. So that's going to fill the vertical space. The nearest thing that would fill the horizontal space is this one, right? Because it's a row. Fill the details, it's a row. It probably would look easier to you guys if I just took this window and shortened it. And then as I mouse over, you can see. There's the table. There's the div that it's in that if I hold this, you can, whoa. You can see it fills up nicely the rest of the space there. There's the table again. There's the shrinking container. So the shrinking container is if it gets vertically too tall, it overflows with a scroll bar. And then that's inside of the right panel, which is a flex container column. And that's inside of the bigger one, which is inside the whole dialog, which is inside the whole panel. Panel dialog are the same size. Okay, fine. Then this one includes the top buttons there, and then that's the entire playing area, viewport, and app. Actually, why do I have a viewport? I actually don't know. There was some reason I had to do that. I think it had to do with the margins, getting the margins right. That puts a 10 pixel margin around the entire app there. Anyway. Row, column, row, column, column, row, row, row. Yeah, row, row, row your boat gently down the flexible stream, right? I know it's maybe a little bit too crazy of a layout. One of these days, a CSS guru high on top of a mountain somewhere is going to sit me down and take out the DOM for my game and say, "Let me teach you, Padawan, how to do this correctly," and he'll tell me how to lay this out without so many divs and flex containers. I think until then, I'm just going to go with this. So this has a max width now, and so it's going to end up wrapping, which is fine. Implementing delete for events. Yeah, this doesn't do anything, right? So let's do that next. Let me teach you the way of CSS. Exactly. I mean, I go through online tutorials about CSS, but they're all like simple tutorials. Nothing ever gets to the advanced point where like you want to have a crazy layout like this, and how do you do it in the sane way? Just write an algorithm that randomly places the divs on the page. Okay. All right. Delete event. I have a function that's empty for this. All right, and these are going to be kind of like this. It just gets crazier and crazier, I think. Like going down the rabbit hole. And I'll probably want to refactor this very soon. So this is basically saying rebuild the event state list by omitting what it was before and then adding it back in with a new state composed of the original state with the choices all but the selected key or selected choice, and then building the new choice, which would be selected choice with everything that was in the selected choice. Hold on. Yeah, except for what? Right, with the events with something filtered out. So E, it's going to be E dot filter, and it takes event and index. Let's just put this on its own line because it's ridiculously long. Okay, I had the index I want to delete, so it would be index. Well, this is. Let's rename this. So index to delete. If index is not equal to the index to delete, right? I think that's what it is. You're seriously thinking about making a game like this? Like what? Like that just places divs in a page randomly? Yeah, I'm with you, Backcraft. I only know basic CSS, and I try to do more advanced stuff, and it gets kind of crazy. It's really cold today. Well, it's really hot for other people. It's all relative playing with Skizzers. I wanted to stream the development of your Discord bot, but rip VS Code when I turn on the stream. You can't stream the editor? Really? I haven't had any trouble with that. I don't even capture the full screen because I have an ultra wide. I have it set to capture a window. Actually, it's display capture. I have it set up as. So it looks like that. See, there's this region off to the right you can't see. And I can only, it's just the 1920 by 1080, right? So the way I do is I do display 1, but then I have some kind of, I can't find this where I did this, but I have it set to only to crop it, and that's how I do it. Maybe try something like that, a display capture with a crop maybe. Hey there, Isley. Yellow. Let me catch up on chat again. It's really hot in the UK. It's winter. Yeah, it's winter where Playing with Skizzers is. Not to dox where he is, but yeah, it's summer for me and winter for him. Pure CSS game. Have I seen this before? Oh, that's interesting. I haven't seen this one. So it's a game written in pure CSS. See, this is where like the CSS wizardry comes out, that you can do something like this without any CSS. I mean, without any JavaScript. Sometimes my brain just doesn't work. Oh, I guess I died. I have to go on the path. Oops. Let's wait for the spikes. Okay. Don't go on the lava. This is actually kind of stressful. Oh, no, I have to go back. I guess I can pick those up. Yeah, I should have been picking them up on the way. I'll pick them up on the way back. What happened there? Did I die? Anyway, that's cool. The one I saw was a 3D Doom level, rendered all in CSS. Yeah, the one Newey's mentioning, I think, the 3D game. Well, there's two of them. One was Doom recreated in CSS, or was it WebGL? I can't remember. The other one was, yeah, a fully the original Wolfenstein game. So first-person shooter in CSS. And the level wasn't that big, but it was still pretty impressive. It's in the public info? Well, we don't need to. We just say it's winter where you are. I only know a few people in the southern hemisphere, and to me it's still kind of weird to think that they're in the opposite season. Okay, I was going to test to see if that worked. I should be able to delete an event now. So if I go to the bridge, and I should be able to delete the pause. And that didn't do it. It deleted the entire choice. So what did I do here? Oh, yeah. This needs to do spread. And this needs to all be indented. There we go. There's got to be a better way to do this so it doesn't look so horrible. Back to the bridge. This one deleted. There we go. So I can delete events. Reset. Okay. Delete event is done. Next, adding a tell event. Oh, and I should make it say tell and not text. Tell. Right, so it's this add tell event. Kind of like delete it would start like delete event, right? Only instead of removing, you would add to it. So it's this was spread, right? And then the new thing we're adding, right? So it would be what? Just an object with M and T in it. T is tell, and M is start with the empty string. Actually, while I'm at it, let me do the pause one. This looks ugly as heck. I should immediately refactor this to be add event, and then, yeah, let's just do that. Because this is friggin' horrible. This will be add event. And then just event goes here. And then this will just call add event. And then delete all of this stuff down to here. There we go. That's not such a monstrosity. And this will be a pause, and it has no message. Let's try it out. Telltale game. Do you use an auto formatter? For some stuff, like comments. I don't have any comments in here. I haven't been putting comments in my JavaScript at all. Probably a bad idea. Just go to a random C++ file. So I will use a random formatter when I'm working on stuff like this. Then go over there. I can hit Control Q or Alt Q to do that. And that's the rewrap extension. That's the only real formatter I use. I've been programming so long that I worked for years using editors that didn't do auto formatting, and so I just do it myself. Just used to it. Rewrap is kind of cool, yeah, because it's kind of annoying to have to constantly rewrap your comments. And I don't mind if the code goes past that line, but I really mind if the comments do. Mostly because the comments are meant for humans to read, and code really it's secondary that humans can read it, right? In a way. Comments is the computer has no business reading comments unless it was a documentation generator, and then those are smart enough to do the wrapping for me. It is, though, playing with skizzers. We're writing it. The whole purpose is for the computer to read it. Humans also need to read it, but it's sort of secondary. You've been rewrapping lines yourself? Yeah, I just got tired of it, and so I looked for the formatter, the rewrap formatter. The only thing it doesn't do that I'd like it to do is support the Doxygen style that I use. So let me show you what I mean. Close that again. Go to something like the header file here. I like this style where it says the parameter markup, that it's an input parameter, and there's the name, and then indent a paragraph for this, right? So rewrap doesn't do that very well. That's what it does. It takes the paragraph and glues it onto the previous paragraph, and I don't like that. There's no way for me to tell it not to do that, so I have to just manually wrap those. I opened a ticket for the maintainers of rewrap, but never heard back from them, so I guess they don't care. Just don't write comments. Yeah, that's like me in my JavaScript. All right, what was next? I was going to test adding the new events, right? So let's say we're talking to Bob, and let's actually add a tell event here. Cool, that worked. Tell, pause, tell, and these keys don't work yet, but we'll do that soon. In fact, we're doing that now. Reordering events. That's also in here as a to-do, isn't it? Yeah, move event up and down. It's actually kind of like... Let me think about this. Actually, it's not kind of like... Finish the sentence. I was going to say it's kind of like deleting an event where we filter it out, but it's really not. It's taking it and actually moving it around. Actually, a better way would just be to construct a new array, shallow copy, and then move things around, right? So let's do that. These are going to be similar, so we'll have a move event that is given maybe the index and the direction. How about previous index, old index, new index? All right, so I have it in mind to take this out and make a copy of it. So let new events equal, make a shallow copy with the spread operator. And then we'll just mutate that array, and then we'll end up putting this back in here. So this is stuff I don't remember how to do. So what I like to do is go to DevDocs these days and look it up. So that's array prototype. It's in here somewhere. Is it shift? No, that removes it. I want to move an element around. You would think that there would be a method to do it here. Maybe not an accessor. A mutator? Copy within. Build pop. Okay. Spent too much on this, so JavaScript array swap elements. That's what I really want to do. I guess I can do it that way. That's the old school way. I thought there would be a method to do it. Monkey patch array to how to swap. Ooh, look at that. Does that actually work? Can I do that? So would it be something like this? New events, old index. And just repeat that on the right-hand side? But swap the positions? Because that looks cool. Okay, so then this would be move event index index -1. And this would be +1. And actually, I can do that trick. Remove those and we're cool, right? Let's try it out. Bridge. Okay, let's move this one up. Hey, it worked. Nice. All right. Would you say that that's readable? No, but it looks cool. I could just do something like this. Swap X, Y. Would that make it more readable? Make it shorter? Actually, then we can just do that. And then make this one do a swap. New events, old index, new index. That might be a little bit more readable. Or just do what they said and make a swap monkey patch to array. So remove that argument completely. And use this instead. All right, I like it. It's good enough. Make states editable. So that is when we are listing these state rows like this. Make that editable. I don't want to do it for default though. That's a special state. So we're going to do it on this one. So it's going to be like this. And I need an input. Stealing it from somewhere else. Like this one. Node ID needed. This size, I had one. State key input size, here we go. All right, this value is key. And then we should take the key and call something. So What did unchanged field? Unchanged field took out the event, right? Oh, it extracted the target value out. So I kind of want to put it inside of here, right? New key. Set state, or how about change state key, new key, something like that. And put this up here somewhere. Let's put it here next to delete state. Change state key. Old key, new key. All right, so it's kind of like omitting the old key, right? And spreading that in with the new key and making that equal to what this was. Old key. I think that's what I want. So let's try that. Okay, so how about we make that S? Interesting. It didn't reselect it. So I need to do more than just change the key. If it's selected, we need to change the selection. If selected state is old key, then how do we select a new one? It's like a prop, right? On select state, yeah. On select state takes what? The key. So go back to the last edit, please. Okay, new key. You haven't seen a crazy file until you've seen Terraria's source code? That's true. Yeah, I'll need to refactor this very soon. I keep saying that. I need to refactor this very soon, and I never get to it. I think what I'm trying to do is get it functional and then refactor it. Okay, there we go. Interesting. It loses the focus when I do that. And S becomes a movement down key. So how do I preserve the focus? Why is it grabbing the focus away at all? Is it because it's re-rendering the whole thing? I can have it like not make a change until, well, what do I do here? You can't view it. Yeah, there was another game that was so huge that, and it had all sorts of, it was like the game was written to not have loops at all or something like that. And in order to do that, basically all loops were unrolled and it was just crazy. And the justification was loops are inefficient. So if you unroll all the loops, sure, the source code becomes immense and unreadable, but it apparently was very fast. Hold on a second, my friends. Sorry, just had a question for someone. All right. I wonder if I can get a clue about what's happening if I watch this. I wonder if this has something to do with it. I meant it to be controlled, but it said it was uncontrolled for some reason. 386. This value up here, it's complaining about that. A component is changing an uncontrolled input of type text to be controlled. Input element should not switch. Decide between a controlled and uncontrolled element for life cycle. Thing is that I am controlling it. Is it because this starts out blank? That's true, Nui. So it was, I didn't say that to mean that it was true. It was that that was the justification given. And I think they were lucky that it did work for them. The file is the definition of crazy? You mean the Terraria one? The other one I was thinking of is probably even worse. Let's look at this one. Is this one truly crazy? Can I view raw? Is this the one where it had a comment near the middle somewhere? Yeah, look at that. The indentation is, what is that? It's just crazy indentation. That's what it is. Whoa. Yeah, okay. Wow, look at that. Yeah, that's a bit much. Wow, okay. It's not as bad, though, as the other one I'm thinking of. My goodness. It's pretty bad, though. Okay. Insanity. Your goal in life is to write a file like that? I don't know if that's such a great goal. Is the absolute worst code you've ever seen? No, there's worse. Is it decompiled? I don't know. It's checked into Git, so why would it be decompiled? Yeah, I think decompiled, if it was obfuscated and then decompiled, the names would be all random, right? I'm gonna guess it's giving me that warning because this started out as undefined. So what if I yeah, what if I say that it's that or empty string? Okay, that fixed the warning. Yeah, but this losing the focus is annoying. I was gonna look at the element tree to see what's going on. Oh, it's the key is changing. I believe that's what it is. So it's just removing the old row and adding a new one there. So what if I pick a different key? States, here we go. Yeah. What do I put there? Something that doesn't have key in it yet is unique. I don't know. Use this to check how the higher level APIs are translated. Useful if you want to know how awaits work. Num8 equals maximum num8 num5. Yeah. You think the Terraria one is decompiled? Okay. Well, still though, if it wasn't, is it that it was like optimized code, like loops unrolled and then it was decompiled? Maybe that explains the crazy indentation. Hmm. If the keys change, what doesn't change about a state? I mean, I guess I can make it so that it's given an arbitrary key when it's created. And what then? Stored back into the dialog component somewhere else? Maybe a React state, which is an object that has a mapping from key to arbitrary key used in React. Hold on a second. I think it's the num5 and num8. It's the 5. The joke is that they're not really the numbers 5 and 8, right? But they look like they are 5 and 8. So 5 greater than 8 seems false, but it's when it's decompiled, it's like it needs to assign a name to the variable. Didn't have a name, so just arbitrarily numbers them number 1, number 2, number 3, number 4, etc. What did I do for my previous job? I did prototyping of applications for multimedia R&D at Qualcomm. Yeah, sorry, I have the advantage, I guess, of the stream delay, maybe. 90 degrees Fahrenheit? That's not an oven. An oven would be like 100, 110. Like if you were in Death Valley or something. I failed? How did I fail? What am I doing wrong? Playing with skizzers. Oh, yeah, you're right. Stream delay helps me how? If I ask myself a question, I'll be able to answer it first. Even that's sort of silly. Okay, I'm just being silly. Skizzers is right. What I want to do is make a state key map. State key map is a use state, and then we'll initialize it to be empty. Oh, and to make this work properly, I gotta do this, right? Set state key map. All right, and then what we'll do when we get to rendering, let's also make state for a number that will just increment every time we need a new key. So next key. Let's not use the word key. Next serial number. Set next serial number. Use state 0. All right, and then down here, let's make a function to coin a new state key. So right here, const let's give this another name. State key to serial. Well, state key to, let's just remove the word map. State key to React key. And then React key from state key. React state key. And we'll say if state key to React key dot, well, index state key. Actually, I can do const, right? If React key, return it. Actually, let's do it the other way around. If not, let's do let. And at the end, we'll end up returning something. If it isn't in there, then we'll form a new one. So React key is, let's actually also include a prefix. So we can do this. Prefix. Actually, I prefer doing it this way, actually, even though people might not like it. So let's do const serial number. Next serial number. Actually, I don't even need that. I just do next serial number. And then I just need to do set next serial number. Next serial number plus 1. And then also update the set, the map. So this will be the previous map with the new key. So state key gets React key. So that if we look it up again, we should get the previously assigned one. Anything new gets added. So I'm going to use this down here. Let's see if this works. Right here. Let's see if that works. And well, let me catch up on chat a little bit. Why can't it be autumn all the time? It can be if you are on the equator. Isn't it the same season all? No, that's not true. The seasons kind of mingle together when you're at the equator, right? Joe Mega says, currently have a quite difficult decision. Should string be a part of your core library, since your core should be platform independent, but string needs an allocator? I don't know. Well, C++ made it sort of part of the core library, although it's a template, right? So in a way, it's generated every time you use it. I don't know. Should it be a built-in type? Should it be in the core library? Tough call. Depends on a lot of context, right? Dry and wet seasons, yeah. Core library is not the standard library. Okay. I'm not quite understanding the difference, but you know what I mean. Like it could either be part of the, it could be a built-in type sort of is known by the compiler, but a library type is not necessarily. It's sort of an appendix to the language. All right, let's see if this works. Nope, didn't work at all. I'm still losing focus. Why though? Would React tell me? Wow, why is it indented so heavily? I guess we'll undock that and look at it. Undefined. That's the problem. I don't have a Well, it's undefined forward. The key shouldn't change, right? It is changing though. Right, because the input key is different. Why didn't I think of that? So, yeah. How do I... Oh, I know what I need to do. I need to, when I change... Okay, first thing is I need to give this a prefix. State. The second thing is, when we, rename it, I need to modify the map so that it doesn't make a new one. So that's doing this. And, where's the, change? Here it is. Change state key. So we'll do that first, actually. So we'll do the omit here. Omit the old key. And then add the new key. To be whatever it was. I think that's right. Let's try it out. Okay, it's state 1. And if I hit S, oh, that fixed it. It's still state 1. Okay, cool. So the trick was making sure the React key stays the same. And if I add a new one, what does it do? It should have added a state 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Interesting. Oh no, that's the new row. It didn't have a key. It needs to have a key though, doesn't it? Okay, here it is, state 4. If I add it back, does it end up having state 4 again? Yeah, so it's going to reuse them. If I add a new one like foo, it'll be state 5. Yeah. Okay. That's good enough for me. By the way, I also had to put this in a post stream yesterday that if you try to add a duplicate key, it does a little bit of validation, which is kind of cool. All right. That was complicated, but it's working. So making choices editable is next. Core is the minimum to run standards, everything on top of it. Okay. So core is kind of like, what is it in C++? They call it like the support library or the lib C++? No. There's a special name for the library that you need to pull in with the language to pull in the language's features, right? If you would make the string a built-in type, it would have the minimum required features as a built-in type, but you would still need to import the string module to do most things with it. Okay. Toulouse says, if you change the name of a state, are you going to loop over the choices and rename the states over there too? It's just moving it around, so I don't need to do... Oh, wait a minute. You're right. You are correct. I need to do that. Because, check it out. If I change this to X, it didn't change any of these, did it? It's gotta go to all the next states and change them all. So it's more complicated than just omitting and adding a new one. It's got to filter them too. It's got to just rebuild. It's got to rebuild everything, right? It's got to go through all the states and rebuild them all. Okay, let me postpone that for a minute. Make sure to update the next state field of all choices. Pointing to the renamed state. The other problem is when we delete a choice. I'm sorry, if we delete a state, if any choice led back to that state, it's going to be a problem, right? I almost want to like disable delete if any choice goes back to that next state, and so force you to remove all of the either remove or change the next state for all choices leading back there. I think I'm going to do that actually. Let me add that to the end here. Disable deleting states if any choice leads back to that state. So this one is hard. I'm going to do that a little bit later. Let me do the easy things first. Making a choice editable. Let's do that next. So like I did for the state, this input here. Do the same thing for choice. So that's here. So this is choice key input size. That exists, right? Yes. Values key, unchanged field, change choice key. Let's find change state key, and then I guess we're putting it delete state, change state key, delete choice, change choice key. And yeah, I'm gonna have to have another state for choice key. Choice key. I'm not sitting right. Okay, and then another one of these. Actually, this can be more generic. React key from... Let's just rename this. From what key? Dialog key? External key. There we go. Oh no, this has got to go to a different map depending. But I can use the prefix in here. Okay, so let's get rid of this and we'll call this external key. And so let's form the composite here. Const external key equals prefix state key. You recently discovered your chair is slanted to the left, so you don't sit right either. Oh, that's bad news. Prefix next serial number. The prefix is just to make it unique if the state and the choice keys intersect. This is like, this number stays the same even if that changes as long as we swap it out correctly, right? So that means I'll have to take the prefix into account. Yes. So down here. This old key, new key has to have the prefix in front. So state old key. Let's make them constants. Old external key. Is that new? There we go. Okay, and then for choice, it's choice instead of state. And then I see a problem there. Fixed problem. Okay. So this is a little bit different, isn't it? So this is selected state. Like that. And this should be this.c. Okay, and this should be selected choice. And then when the key that I make for the choices needs to pick up the right key. This should be choice. Hey there, Mr. Sir. How are you doing, CM Griffing? I feel like I'm missing something. Don't you hate it when you feel like you're missing something? Well, let's just try it out. I'll learn if I'm missing something if it just doesn't work. All right, conversation. Let's just change this. I guess it works. Actually, what happens if I take something like this and just say, oh, that's bad. It overwrote the other one. Yeah. I can't make it equal another choice. Same thing here, right? If I take that and do it overwrites the other one. Okay. So these changes have to be careful about that. So what do we do? I guess we just ignore it if it would be equal. I kind of remember running into this before. Less eye rolling, more work, so we can game later. Sleep is overrated. Yeah, weren't you going to take a nap, Chris? So we can game later? Oh, well, how hot is it outside, John Mega? 90 degrees inside is pretty miserable, though. I'm sorry to hear that. I'll send the cool vibes your way. Cool vibes. Yeah, well, pleasant dreams, CM Griffing. All right. Yeah, I need to check to see if the new key is in this. So basically, if new key, what are we gonna do? Just ignore it? Not set it? So what happens? What happens if I just do that? Then you can continue typing, but it doesn't actually apply the change, right? Let's see if that's right. So if I do peasant, it actually doesn't let me hit the key. Interesting. Can I have it let it change that part of it only? I can't really, right? Because it's rendered by React. I'm actually willing to accept that limitation, that I can't type the key that would make it do a duplicate. I'll just leave it at that. If that annoys me too much, I'll come back and revisit it. The alternative would be it's in there, but it isn't saved in the data structure that React uses to render it, but maybe there's some kind of exception list added, like a duplicate would have been added, but it's not, and then maybe highlighted in red or something. Yeah, I'll figure it out later. So this is going to be selected state C new key, right? So the same restriction here, so that I can't type like guard. Yeah, so it just actively prevents me from making a duplicate. Does it auto resort the inputs while you're typing if you change the name of the key? Yeah, because of the way I have it, it's a controlled component. So for example here, the value, this is how you do a controlled component in React, right? So every time you do a change, it goes and essentially causes the whole component to be re-rendered because you're changing something in the Redux state. And then it picks up the change from the value there. So if I didn't do the onChange handler, or if I made the onChange handler not directly go back to Redux, like if I don't call onStage, that's probably the solution. If it's already in there, instead of doing nothing, maybe it would, instead of calling onStage, it would call something else which either renders it differently or allows it to be shown in the DOM but not cause a re-render. So yeah, it'd be more complicated. But yeah, right now every single time you change it in any way, either hitting the delete key or hitting a character key, it's gonna change Redux, which re-renders the whole thing every time. And the reason why I don't lose the focus now is because React is smart enough that if the key doesn't change, it doesn't destroy that part of the DOM, it just mutates it. So that's what all this business was for, that even if the key changes, since I'm making a React key that doesn't change, React knows that it doesn't need to destroy that row and it just mutates it. But yeah, every time I hit a key, it's re-rendering at least that component and everything inside, and then doing a patch to the DOM based on what changes. So yeah, I'd have to have it not change Redux state as I type if I'm typing something. So I can't even hit delete on that because it would match the default key. Like if I hit the T key right now, maybe instead of going to Redux, it would just not do an update and then maybe show in CSS that it's red or something, saying it's not saved because it's a duplicate. The other alternative would be that instead of doing the onChange, it would be like on input focus removed. So basically you could type anything you want, but as soon as you hit tab or something, then it would apply it to Redux. So yeah, another way we could see this is if I showed, if I move away here, and then show the Redux store. Let's dock this to the right. If I just showed admin, let's give it some more space somehow. How do I do this? How do I drag one of these? I guess this is the small window we have to work with. Selected game dialog. Oh, where was it? Game dialogues, right? Oh no, I guess it's selected game dialog, right? Component. Yeah, here we go. Different states, right? So as I'm typing, oh no, it's not this one. This is the one that this is the original. It's the new component that keeps changing. Yeah, so if I showed that and I start typing here, you can see that it's done. It's actually changing that whole object as I type every single letter. Okay, what was next? Make choice next state's editable. Got it. Okay. So that's a little bit easier, right? It's just one of these. Right here. That's the old. Here's the new. And I guess I don't need this, do I? This should be state key input size. The value is from here. Change next state key. And I don't think I need this. I think it can just be this. And we just need to make this a function. So let's put it here. So I think it's as easy as, it's still going to look gross, but it's as easy as this, is we're changing the selected state and we're changing the selected choice. So this is selected choice. Like, hold on. Like this, right? We're changing one element of it, which is the next state. There we go. All right. So if I wanted to change like guard to go to a new state called guard, there we go. So that state doesn't exist. So if I tried it, it would get lost. So yeah, the next step would be to make it a select and not an input. Looks like I chose to do that later though. I can do it next. Where do I have that? How come I'm not seeing? Oh, here it is. Next, let's just do that next. Show, I said turn it from an input to a select. So I'm not so good at selects. Let me give it a try though. Don't need that. Let's comment all of this out. and try to make it a select. I'm gonna have to cheat and look it up though, because I don't remember how to do it. Okay, yeah, you have to make options inside the select. Okay, so let's just let me copy this. The value is this. The change is the same change. It's the key to it is this thing. So I don't need to do array from. It's object dot keys. Is it keys? Is that how it's done? Yes. This actually exactly this. In fact, I want to do a sort by. In fact, maybe I should do this sooner. Let's do it up here. Const sorted state keys. And then I can just make this a lot simpler and do that. And then I can reuse it down here to say sorted state keys dot map key. And we're going to make an option. The key is, they have to be unique, but I can use this one. I could do it this way, right? I can say it is a next state. And this just stays the same. Let's try that. Okay, it didn't build. Oh, right. That initially we don't have a dialog selected. That's why we have this kind of thing. So I need to do the same kind of thing. Like this. If that's true, then we can do that. Otherwise, it's what? I suppose it doesn't matter. I'll just make it an empty array. There we go. Cool. And I think this will also benefit from if I rename stuff. Yeah, it just automatically updates that because it gets re-rendered. Oh, interesting. Oh, right, because of the other bug. As I change the name, this is no longer one of the things you can pick. Okay, and then I need to change that into a select also. So that's just the same select dropping into the new one, right? Skizzer says, guess I'm writing a code generator now. I gotta map some responses to create native entities. Okay, well, hopefully it's not too complicated. Code generators can be quite a mess if they're complicated. So Omega says tomorrow will be a bit cooler, but still there's about 200 kilometers between the northwest and southeast of Belgium. Over that distance, predicted temperature difference will be 17 degrees, really. From something reasonably comfortable to something unreasonably comfortable, unreasonably hot, right? Well, reasonably hot. I guess it's all relative. 95 Fahrenheit, 35 Celsius doesn't seem too hot. If you're from like a desert area where it can get up into like 40 Celsius and higher. Skizzer says, I have an array defining the structure of the responses, and I should auto-generate your model entity's code. Is that something that there are already tools out there to do that? I mean, you're not like me with making stuff from scratch. There's probably stuff out there that you can use that does that. I just don't know of any. Here's the select. Actually, you know what? Let's take this and pre-generate this. I can pre-generate... Oh, wait a minute, I can't. In fact, this has to be unique, right? So it should be, I should be generating this based off of the choice key. Like this. And not this key. There are too many keys here. So this will be, let's change this to next state key. Right? But I can still make this a function. Let's make this a function. Const, render state, state select. And we'll have the prefix be an argument. And I guess I can do this way. So that the prefix goes here. Also need to know that key. Actually, the whole thing can be the key. Prefix, there we go. Yeah, so it's just generating select with options with unique IDs in it. Actually, do they need to be globally unique or do they just need to be relatively unique? I don't remember. Hey there, Cthulhu. How are you doing? Erg. Oh, by the way, now that everyone's regular who watches my channel is here, does anyone want to be a moderator? Because I'm down one moderator. Moderator would imply a little bit of responsibility in that if you're in chat and a troll comes in, I could really use your help in dealing with them quickly. Hey there, Endorn. Oh, you wouldn't mind giving up your VIP badge to be a moderator, Cthulhu? Well, playing as Skizzers, you're already a moderator. I'm looking for backup, because we lost one. Sure, I'll make Cthulhu a moderator. Yeah, we're down. So now we're back to full strength moderators. So I'll send you a PM later, Cthulhu. How did you lose one? Bug found just vanished. Don't know what happened. Ceased to be a moderator, ceased following, removed himself from Discord, don't know why. Well, thank you, Cthulhu. Yeah, so occasionally we get trolls in here, and so I just need help occasionally to ban them or time them out based on what they say, and I'll send you a PM later about what the rules are. I'll send it to you in Discord later. Don't worry about doing anything now. So I just needed I needed a little bit of backup. Did I say hello to Endorn? I did. Now who's going to find the bugs? Well, you've been finding a lot of bugs, Nui, and so have other people. So, yeah, I hope bug found is okay. That's all I know. Is that he left? I don't know why. Well, thank you, Cthulhu. This I wanted to. Oh yeah, I was gonna look. Does anyone know if the keys you give to React need to be globally unique, or can they just be locally unique within the parent container? I guess I can just search for it. So React keys globally unique. Listen keys. Here we go. I'm sure they say it somewhere. A key is a special string. Uniquely identifies a list item among its siblings. Okay. It's not like an ID in the DOM. It's just for comparing with its siblings. All right. Why I don't get it. Which begs the question, why did you even answer, to which I would say good point, good point. I'm sorry, playing Skizzers. You have to remember I'm of a split attention here. Partially on chat, partially on my work, and then partially on trying to find an answer to a question, so. And I don't speak perfectly. I try to slow down and not slur my words, but sometimes I say the wrong words. You would necessarily answer with you don't know. Oh, I get it. I get it. Yeah. See, me being slow. I didn't get it at first. All right. So if this only needs to be locally unique, I don't really need a prefix, do I? So it doesn't even need to be a function. This could just be the state select is just this, right? And then remove the prefix. Wait a minute. No, I think the prefix is still needed because... No, hold on. No, it just needs to be unique. Yeah, it'll be unique. If it's unique globally, it'll be unique locally too. Thanks for the follow, Fernan. Oh, unless you have a key that's both a state and a choice, and then you rename one of them but not the other. Yeah, so I think the prefix we still need. But it can be a constant prefix. It doesn't have to be well. Yeah, anyway, I wanted to use it here. Yeah, I don't think this key... I think it just could be next state. I think that's all I need. And then let me try to use it the other place I had this select. Oh, do I not have it? Hold on, what happened? Where... Wait a minute, I'm getting confused. Oh, I was going to add it for new choices, right? So right here. And again, it can just be that, right? I think so. But I think I can call it state, not next state. Which means it doesn't even need to be in here. Anyway, oh, the value is different though. I need to pass in the current value. Oh, these are only the options. Shoot, I messed up then. So I need to undo a bunch. It's only the options that go in. So redo, no. Take this and put it here. Right, that's what I want. So I need the outer select anyway. Okay. This stuff is hard for me. Doesn't help that I'm like delaying refactoring until the end, does it? Oh well. Right, so this is simpler. It's just new choice next state, set new choice next state. Actually, I think I can get rid of the prefix though. This is just going to be state. And then it doesn't need to be a function at all. It can just be state select. Okay, let's try it out. Who, conversation, blah, add. Seems to work. If I go to here and come back, it's still there, right? Nice. All right, so what's next? Let me reset that first. Okay, what's next? Adding a requirement text area for the selected choice. So I wanted to put that up there with event. Hey there, Lucky No 7? Or is it No Slevin? I'm not sure how to say your name. How are you doing? I haven't seen your stream in a while. You guys should check his stream out if you haven't before. Another one of wonderful dev streamers that you can watch. And last time I was in your stream, you were working on what? It was like a Twitch extension, right? I think you were working on a Twitch extension last time I checked. The strings are gonna require the standard library and will not be built in. Okay, cool. You've been on and off recently in real life stuff going on, I see. Still doing the extensions. Great. You and Chris. You know that Chris CM Griffing's working on an extension as well, right? His is a chat overlay extension called Stream Parrot. I know like 3 or 4 people now that are working on Twitch extensions. I should maybe join the club, make my own Twitch extension. It's not technically an extension. Oh, that's true. Well, the word, for me, it's sort of more generic. So I see a bot is also a kind of extension. Yeah, oh, so more precisely, Chris is working on an OBS browser source, yes. And like my Golem isn't an extension either, it's a chatbot. Integrated into my game, but not into Twitch per se, right? Yeah. But who was it? Was it Antimatter Tape had his own extension? Yep. So are you talking about browser sources or extensions? Yeah. Anyway, it's all cool. We're all working to make Twitch better and more integrated into what we do, right? Freak Technic too? Yeah, so there are too many people working on things that improve and integrate Twitch with other things, and I get them all confused. I'm sorry when I do. It's hard to keep track of what everyone else is doing sometimes. We're all like working on cool stuff. All right, yeah, what I'm working on today is this thing, which is a dialog editor. And I guess I can demonstrate, I haven't done this yet today, what the dialog looks like in my game. So let me log in as a normal character. Yes, please remember me. Don't forget me. So see that Bob down there? I'm gonna go talk to Bob. So I go down next to him and I hit talk east. Okay, he moved. So move up, talk east. Stop moving, Bob. All right, move along, peasant. And I say name. I am Bob. Job. I guard this place. Guard. That's my job. Bye. So it's walking through a directed graph that looks like this. You start in the default state, and it should show up here. That's interesting. Okay, this is broken. Oh, wait, but no, sorry. You have to select that and that. Yeah, all right, so the default state, default choice is what happens when you first talk. So he says, move along, peasant. And then it moves to the conversation state where you make a choice. So if I said name, name says I am Bob, and then moves back to conversation. And then I can say job. I guard this place. Back to conversation. Guard. Yes, that's my job. If I were to say peasant, though, he would say, you are a peasant, aren't you? And we go to the peasant state where it's a multiple choice. That's what this checkbox means. Visible. Choices are visible. You can say yes or no. And if you say no, he says, what are you then? And you go to the who state, which is a super secret one. Otherwise, you say yes, he says, of course you are, back to the conversation state. In the who state, you can, if you just have to know, if you say GM, he says, oh really, why haven't you paid me yet? If anything else, he'll say, whatever. Either way, it goes back to the conversation state. So it's like a state machine directed graph that allows us to build up, really complicated or really simple dialogues in the game. So another example of a dialogue would be this sign that I placed up here. If I step on that sign, it triggers a dialogue. And it just says the sign reads, "This way to the island up the epic unknown." That dialogue is very simple. It looks like this. It has just a default, the entry state, the choice goes back to, it doesn't show it here, but I was going to have it show end. Basically, you enter and immediately goes to the end state, and it just says a tell, "This way to the island of the epic unknown." There's another one on the bridge there, and that one is the same thing, only one state, only one choice, the default, and it says two things, but with a pause in between. So this is how it works. You step there, it says the first thing, and then asks you to hit continue. Then it says the second thing, and you're done. So I had made these dialogues by hand in JSON, so that's kind of what it looks like. And I've been working today and yesterday to make a user interface for doing this, so I don't have to muck with the JSON directly. And these are basically put into the game as game components. So if I were to click on that sign and show you, there's the dialogue JSON directly. And the same thing with Bob, or also Bob, right? Click him. It's got his complete dialogue here as a component of the entity. It's quite big, right? It's going to be a relatively large JSON component. You can attach them directly to the NPC like I did here, or if this number here is different than his own entity number, you can have different NPCs share the same dialogue. Detach the dialogue from the NPC. Either way works, right? This is a self-referential dialogue. So, guys, if you have any questions, let me know. I'm going to keep working otherwise, though. Specifically, people who don't stream. Got it. Cool. I think I skipped a step, didn't I? I was going to make it show the end if the next state is empty string. Oh, thank you, Endurn. This I didn't come up with just this week. I had a precursor to this online game. It was a single-player game I was working on before I was streaming on Twitch, and I had already kind of developed this system to try to cover all of the kinds of dialogues I wanted. So there's going to be other kinds of events. There'll also be scripted events, like after you tell him that you're the GM and he says, "Why haven't you paid me yet?" Maybe event number 2 would be a script that when it runs causes something to change in the game. Like maybe you get, maybe the guard strikes you, and slaps you across the face and you lose a hit point. Something, it could be anything, right? So I'm going to be adding that too. And probably I'll do the scripting with Lua. And the combination of having NPCs tell you things or pause the interaction or run any kind of script, and then having multiple choices and having a state machine, I think covers most everything I need for my game. The most complicated thing I can think of is interaction with a vendor, where the vendor might have an inventory and an amount of money that he has. And then you have to handle all the weird corner cases, like you're trying to sell a sword to the vendor and the vendor doesn't have enough money. The vendor will say, "Sorry, I can't buy that from you. I run out of money." Or, "I don't want to buy that because it's too expensive." Stuff like that. So there might be complicated logic. That would stretch this system a bit. All right, I want this, instead of showing blank, I wanted to show end. So I'm going to do that next. I think it's all in this state select, though. Yeah, I think what I want to do here is if next state key length is greater than 0, then show it. Otherwise, show the string end. I think that'll work. It didn't fully load there. Oh, there we go. It worked. So in conversation, if you say bye, it ends the dialogue. Nice. Oh, and I wanted the default here to be the same state, didn't I? Almost forgot about that. Yeah, let's fix that. It's adding, well, it's in the DOM here for new choice, right? Here we go. This new choice next state. Let's have that initialized to the selected state. Actually, we're going to have it change every time we render. So we might as well make an effect for it, right? An effect that changes every time we render would be just a function with no dependencies, right? So it would be just one of these. If new choice next state is not equal to, well, hold on. I do want a dependency. I want it to only be evaluate this if the selected state changes, right? So selected state. Is that how it's done? I think that's how it's done. So if it's not equal to that, then we set it. So set choice next state. Selected state. Because most of the time when I add a new choice, it's going to stay in the same state. Like the overwhelming majority, I think, will be normal conversation. Yeah, so I want to have like, I don't know, foo. And, well, see, it didn't change it. It put it back to end. Oh, that's because that's set differently. That's set whenever, right here. So this needs to be changed. Selected state. There, fix that. Yeah, most of the time in the normal conversation, you'll just be adding alternatives, right? Bar, spam. I don't want to have to keep selecting conversation. The other thing I want to do is every time I hit add, I want it to go to the new line. Baz. When I hit enter, I lost the focus. I wanted to grab, actually, it did grab the focus down here, didn't it? But it didn't scroll to the bottom. I don't know if I want to work on that right now. Let me just make a note. If the choice list is overflowing, adding a new choice doesn't yet scroll down to show the input box, which has the focus for entering another new choice. It would be cool if we scrolled the list to show it. So right now, if I type something and enter, it doesn't always scroll. That time it did. But that time it didn't. See, I had to scroll. Now I'm back down here. Anyway, let's reset that to clean up. Okay, see you, Joe Mega. Thanks for stopping by. So cool. I guess I'm back to making these text areas. Oh, I was going to make that a text area. Yeah, right now it's not editable. Yeah, let's do that next. So that's up here somewheres. One of these little functions I made. Did I miss it? It should say something like tell. Oh, there it is. Add tell of... No, that's not it. Here it is. Game dialog event. So it was at the very top. Right. So make that into a text area. So let's comment that out and make this a text area. I don't use text areas very much, so let me steal from somewhere else where I do use a text area. Yeah, let's do that. Just steal it and then change it for our purposes. Hey there, Crumpet. Don't know why you weren't a VIP, Crumpet, but now you are. I think. Still have some VIP slots to go around. I don't know how you got I thought you were a VIP. I don't know how you lost it though. Now you have it again. Things are going okay. Had a weird thing happen in the last few days where one of my mods disappeared, but now we have a new mod to take over. All right. No autofocus. I don't think I need an ID either. How many rows? Typically don't need very many. How about 4? Placeholder. Message to tell the player. Value is M. On change, here's where I need to have a handler. I think I'll pass it in as a prop. So actually, that's the message, right? So let's have a second prop, like an on change message, or how about on change event? So then on change event would be oh, that's right. I need this helper. I need to copy that helper. Where's that guy? On change field is a little helper. I think I can just promote him out, right? I can just take him all the way out here and put him here. Which makes me kind of want to make it capitalized. Oh yeah, Cthulhu is the new mod. I don't think Cthulhu might be lurking again. But yeah, I wanted to have at least like 1 or 2 mods around just to help me out if I get trolled. So this would be the setter. So it should be changing the M field, right? No, it's not Skizzers who's the new mod. It was Cthulhu, but don't want there to be confusion. Skizzers is an old mod. Change. It should be like an arrow function, shouldn't it? Let's just do M. Can I collapse that reasonably? I think I can. Doesn't look too bad. In fact, I can reduce it even further. There we go. The cost is I have these weird punctuation that has to match that punctuation. So it's gonna say something like this. Actually, what do I want to pass in? So maybe just that. Be like a delta of some kind. Your instructor forgot to assign work last night, so you got to do some programming. Oh, nice. Yeah, you're in school. I remember that. It's hard to do anything but school when you have lots of schoolwork, right? Middle badge is contradicting itself, though. I don't know what badges you're seeing. I'm seeing mod, and then sub, and then bitgifter. Or cheer, the cheer badge. Yeah, I think we'll go with that. So that means this has to be given another prop. Aha. So this has to be filtered through. Actually, can I just make this props? Yeah, let's just call it props. This will have to say props dot event t, and then we'll just pass props. And then I just need to make sure I do this right. So it has to be like this, right? Where this is event. Okay. And then this has to be given here. So, what do I call it? A change. Change event. Sounds good. I had add event, right? Move event, delete event. So just adding another one. I can't type today. Change event. And that was given what? The new diff, right? I think we also need to tunnel through the index of the event because we don't have that context. So yeah, index. Change event index. Index. A cool shortcut would be to do that, but I don't know if React supports that. I suppose I could try it and see, but I'm in the middle of something right now. All right, so kind of like this, right? Hold on. No, I do I have a filter? I do have a filter. The filter's not what I want, right? I actually do. I want to do a map, not a filter. Okay, so it's similar to a filter, but a map. And I should compute the new event given the diff. So wasn't there a way to just do this natively in JavaScript? Let me look it up. JavaScript JSON diff, JSON merge, right? There's like a JSON way to do a merge. Yeah, well, this is jQuery. Yeah, I guess I could do that. Spread. Spread one then the other. But it won't support null, will it? That's okay. I'll just do spread. So it'll be map. So it's not index to delete. I need to give this its own name. So index to change. If the index is the index to change, I like putting this in parentheses too. If it's the index to change, then we're going to merge things together. Otherwise, we're leaving it the same. So it'll be dot 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 event and then dot 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 diff. Like that. I think that'll work. Let's try it out. Description ref is not defined. What did I need description ref for? I didn't need it. Oh, I copied that from somewhere else, that's why. Okay, don't need that. Done with your code generator, wasn't that hard? Oh, excellent. The easy code generators are the best. Okay, guard. Blah, blah, blah. That was easy. So now, if I go to the unknown, the bridge to the unknown island, and let's modify this somehow. You notice something strange. Save. Now I should be able to walk over the bridge and it should say something different. There we go. Easy peasy. Save. Okay, that was easy. I also noticed that it reduced the size of this quite a bit. So what happens if I go back to here to one of those longer conversation pieces? So does this mean I didn't need to set the max width at all? As long as it's a text area? In that case, I can remove this max width? Interesting. So what if I make it a width? Huh. Oh, it's this box's width that I had to set up. Okay, let's leave the max width in there and let me increase the size of the text area. I think it's here, right? It's one of the properties of the text area. Yeah, what Skizzers is doing is mapping like an SDK, software development kit. It's the interface, right? Well, I should just stop talking until I can figure out the words to explain it, or maybe Skizzers can explain it better. ORM is object relational model, so it's usually it's code, right? Code that represents how to access and change data. And if it's an ORM, it's object relational model. It's using objects to represent data, as opposed to like a non-object oriented model. There's lots of ways to represent data, right? Object oriented, not object oriented. So ORM is the object oriented way. So yeah, his code generator, I guess, is generating the object code, so to speak, based off of what's your input. Your input is an API specification of some kind. We can actually look at your pastebin to see that. Is this your input? So this is the specification for the fields of some object, right? Aha. So it's using reflection, sort of, right? This get lookup attribute. Is that using reflection in JavaScript? Or is this, wait a minute, this isn't JavaScript, is it? PHP. Okay. I was fooled about the language. It's PHP, not JavaScript. I guess I should have known from all the dollar signs everywhere. That's sort of, you see that in Perl as well, right? Everything has a dollar sign or an @ sign in front. The input is JSON. I didn't see a comment for the get lookup field. Let me look. Return the lookup value for a specific attribute field from the API's response, translating the name of the attribute necessary. It serves as an alias system. Most commonly used for translating snake case from API to the camel case to comply with PSR. The API will have the field first due time. We want to treat it like that. Oh, it's not built in. It's down here. I got it now. Aha. Got it. And if it doesn't have it, you don't need to translate it because that doesn't need to be translated. Got it. All right. So this is like the specification for how to translate the API. Cool. Hey there, Mr. Balrog. I've never seen that emote chain before. That looks pretty cool. How are you doing, Mr. Balrog? How's the Mr. Balrog Inception chain going these days? I need to look up text area to understand how to make this wider, so let's do that. Text area. Do I need to set calls? Probably. Let's set it to just 40. I should probably make it a constant. Wrong window. This one. Okay, I can make it more than 40. How about 60? A little bit too wide. Actually, and it messed with the max width thing, so let me remove the max width. What do I want the max width to be? Like roughly there, like how I set the golem stuff to be. So maybe this is fine. What happens if I look at this one? Okay, I mean, that's fine. I think I'm going to put those in small caps or caps. Let's get rid of this. I don't think I need to set a max width anymore. Yeah, let's remove that, and then detail. I can remove this class. And then I wanted to make this in all caps and this in all caps to stand out a little bit. Yeah, there we go. Add do tell, delete the tell, add a pause, delete the pause. Cool. I like it. It is a long pig horse. A pig front end and a horse back end. And it says quest in the middle. It reminds me of Honest Dan Games stream. Is that his emotes? Mr. J Jam. Is that his prefix? Because it says, based on that specification, you need to generate code like this code. Right. Yeah, okay. You know what this reminds me of? It reminds me of, what is it? IDL. You heard of IDL? Interface Definition Language? Yeah, it was first used with Corba, and it's also in Microsoft's COM. So you describe your interface in a domain-specific language, and then you could generate code from it to do marshalling and unmarshalling and that kind of thing. That's what it reminds me of. Those are his. Oh, I see. Cool. You're getting into the realm of code generation similar to IDL. All right. Am I done with that? What would be next? Oh, I forgot to do that. I was going to do that. Okay, so requirement. I can drop this now. That's when we are showing wherever we show the events. Here, so right above here? Yeah, right above here would be a text area with a label in front. So let me look up label. Actually, I would have had that in the other text area, right? Yes, let me just copy this again. And put it here. So we're going to call this one the requirement. So rows, you know, I should have had constants. Whoops. Yeah, let's make constants for those things. How come this isn't used? Oh, because it's not an input anymore. Got it. Okay. Const tell text area rows. And columns. We'll spell it out. And then I'm going to have the same thing for requirement. Well, let's just copy these actually. And we'll rename tell to requirement. And this I can make wider. And this can be bigger. All right. And then the other text area. Don't need ID or autofocus, but I do need rows and columns. Requirement rows? Oh, that's columns. Rows. Placeholder. This is Lewis script optional. Lewis script to evaluate if this choice is available. And then the value is taken from the selected choice. So what we do here. Yeah, I gotta do this stuff. So if there's a dialog and it has states, and then the selected state is valid, and the selected choice in that state is valid, then we can take this and get its R key out of the requirement. Otherwise, what are we going to put in here? Empty string? Sounds good to me. So this will be on change field, change choice requirement. And I don't need a ref. Okay. Change choice requirement, sort of like change event, change something else. Like change next state key, exactly. So it doesn't need any arguments. Well, no, it's given the argument, which is the new requirement. And then, yeah, we're staging a change to the dialog, which would be update the selected state, update the selected choice. Right, so we're changing the requirement. There we go. All right, let's see what that looks like. Failed to compile. Unchanged field is not defined. Really? Oh, because it's capitalized now. Because I pulled it out. That's my convention. Something that's global has capitalized. If it's a function. Okay. That's not the way I wanted it to look like. I want the text to be on top. I think this should be in a div. Also, these are too large, so let's put that to like 6. We can resize it if it's needed. Let's just make it smaller. Still too big. 60? Okay, and I want to how do I fix that vertical alignment? Is that a style I have to have on this div, maybe? Game dialog. Choice requirement. It's like text align or something, right? Let's do top. Let's see what that does. I have no idea. I'm just guessing. No. Is it justification? Justify content? No, that's for flex. Okay, let's look it up because I don't know how to do it. So Java, no, HTML, text align vertically, vertical align. Okay, text top. That didn't do it. Maybe I just need to use flex. I think I'll just use flex. So this would be display, flex direction row, and then align items, right? Flex start. And that should do it too. Oh yeah, okay, that did it. And let's give a little bit of margin. So that would be like not first child. Actually, it's just like I did up here. Only instead of top, it's left. Okay. Going to be an H3 instead of a label. Sure. I think I'm done now. Let me test this. So let's say you have to have like foo has to be true. Okay. Worked. Okay. That's done. What's next? Show start. I already did. Oh no, it's showing default. Default. It's just here, right? Yeah. Start. Start, end, default choice. Okay, good. Next. Make new dialogs always have a start state. Okay, so I don't think that's done yet. If I do an add, it doesn't have any state. I have to hit add there to get a start state. So that is back in dialogs where we add a new one, right? Add game dialog, this one. There we go. So it just needs to have an empty state. And what's the requirements of a state? It has to have choices and a v. So choices can be empty. And V should default to false, I think. So let's try that. Is it at last detailed? Oh, the PDF defining the spec is 48 pages long. I mean, that's typical, right? It actually seems kind of small. Specifications for APIs can get really long if it's complicated, right? All right, new dialog. Starts out with a start state. Great. So this would do what? It would just exit the dialog right away if we started it. That's actually what I want for default. Okay, so we're good there. Don't allow removing the start state. That's a good idea. So right now, what happens if I just remove the default button? Would be all I really need to do, right? So let's remove the default delete button. Here's the delete. Do I want to show it, but gray it out, maybe? I think I'm just not even going to show it. So this would be only if the key length is greater than 0. Then have a delete button. Otherwise, don't have anything. Yeah, no delete button for start, but you can still select it. And do I always want to have a default choice? No. I don't. Okay, so that could be deletable. Cool. Next. Add undo redo stacks. So my idea for that, I think, would be every time we do that on stage, stage selected dialog, that it be a little bit more intelligent. Must be reduced directly. Yeah, so in addition to just updating that, it could also put what this was previously onto some kind of undo stack, but we don't want to do that for every single key press. I think it should only do that if we're changing something different every yeah. How to do that though? On stage is just given the entire dialogue. This seems tough to me. What if I do these other things first? I can do this one. This one's not too hard. Let me do this one later. Disable the reset button if the dialog component matches the dialog new component. Okay, so this gets both as a prop, I think? No, yes? No, it only gets the new one, not the old one. So let's get the old one. So dialog old component. Actually, I could just make a flag that yeah, let's just do it in here in Redux. So unsaved changes. Let's construct this as a flag. So I think what I'd do is I would JSON stringify both and compare them, right? not equal equal JSON stringify. The new one, right? And then unsaved changes is now a prop that we use to disable the reset button. So let's break this out and say disabled equals, I can't type today, not unsaved changes, right? Enable if there are unsaved changes. Let's see if that worked. Cool, it's disabled, but if I type anything, if I right, okay, so this works. That didn't reset it. What happened there? Oh, it changed the order. Oh, that's complicated. Because it'll remove it from wherever it was in the object ordering and then add it back. So I guess stringify was not the best. Stringify is not going to work. So I need to find something else that does. A JavaScript compare two objects. Looks like I looked this up before. How to determine equality for two objects. Okay, maybe there's something in Lodash. It would be an object method. How do I find this stuff? It's too bad this doesn't show me an index. Ooh, deep comparison. Objects. Okay, so then maybe that's what I want to use, Lodash. I'm importing Lodash already. So equals is equal. And then these, whoops, these two thingies. And then I got to reverse the logic, right? Actually, let's say something else other than unsaved changes. How about no changes? And put it in the alphabetical order. Since then I don't need to do this, right? It's just, oops, no changes. All right, let's try that. So far, so good. Now if I change this, oh, that works. Okay, yay for Lodash. Let's change individual things deeply. Cool. It seems to detect everything. Cool. All right. I might as well remove the save too. If there are no changes, there's no point in hitting save, right? Okay. What if I do unsave changes and then go back? It loses them. Interesting. Is that what I want? If I go to another panel and back, it doesn't lose it. It's only if I hit back. So back would abandon changes. So maybe I want to gray that out if there are changes. Just so I don't accidentally hit it. So that would be not no changes here. Got a message in LinkedIn and saw somebody who used to work in a company had a new job. Google the company's name and all you could find was some legal document saying the company was funded. Use the same site to find your own company. Now you've got some insight on the partnership. So it's like a secretive company? Huh, interesting. Hey there, don't pay money to Webby. How are you doing? Sorry, I didn't say hi. That was like 5 minutes ago, too. Not really, no? Thought that's what you just said. I'm confused. Not bad, not bad. Good. It's all good. I'm working on this dialog editor, and it's coming together now. I can go and change what Bob says when I ask him stuff. But this is also, oh, why does it say also Bob? Interesting. Did I screw that up by accident? Let's see. If I go to Bob and ask him what his name is, what does he tell me? That's also Bob. Let's talk to Bob here. Wait a minute. This looks wrong. Hold on. Wait a minute. Do I have them backwards? Do I have them backwards? I do have them backwards. I have the dialog labels backwards. So this should say also Bob. And then this should say Bob. I had those backwards the whole time. Anyway, yeah, I can have him say I am Bob the guard. Save, and now when I am talking to him, I can say name. I'm Bob the guard. Cool. You know what their initial seed was? How many shares each founder had when they founded it? It's really useless information and outdated. Yeah, it can also change. Equity can change at any time, right? As long as the company's rules are followed to pull in and take out equity. Whatever rules are set up. Okay, I think we're on to the hard things now. Disable deleting states if any choice leads back to that state. So basically, these need to be grayed out because there are things that lead to them. But if I added a new one, okay, I have to add one with a unique name. I could delete spam, but not delete these other ones. That's the test. So that's what I'm going to do. I think we got to do it for every single state while we're building it, right? So that means I'll need to have a helper here. Is state referenced key. We basically have to loop through, right? Every choice of every state to see what the next state is. But I could use some, right? So this could be reduced to an expression. object dot, oh, wait a second. Actually, it has to obey this too. And let's only evaluate it if not only... No, that's good enough. That's good enough. Right. If so, then we're going to do our thing. Otherwise, we'll say false. Okay, here. I guess we're doing a sorted state keys dot sum. Okay, so this will be key to find, and this is just key. And that can just be reduced to that. Don't pay money to Webby says, I'm trying to figure out when to trim values for a name input in your app. Trying to figure out if it would be best to trim in on the on submit or trim it on change. The thing about doing it on change is it can get obnoxious. Like, I have that problem right now where I'm not allowing duplicate states. So if I were to try to rename this to spam, it won't actually let me hit the M key. And I hate it when computers won't let me type things when it shows that I could type it. So to fix that, because I'm every key is reflected immediately back into the state because I'm using an on change, right? So to fix that, I'd have to break that somehow. If I kept the on change, then instead of going directly back into the whole data structure, I'd have to hold it off to the side, and then only if it's if it's valid do I merge it in right away. But if it's not, I'd have to hold it off to the side to show two spams, even though it's not valid. So the other way, like you're saying, is if I did it on submit, then I could type whatever I want here, but then the cost would be to check to see if it's valid, I'd have to hit a save, and then it would maybe say, well, you can't save that because these two states have the same name, right? Yeah. So there's a trade-off. I tend to think the best approach is a compromise where you still do on change, but then you allow a violation, an invalid combination, by having a second holding zone or staging area in between the DOM and wherever you store the state. For me, it's Redux, right? And so it's more complicated, and I haven't done it yet. So that's what I would recommend for you too, is do it on change, but don't reflect it back onto the input directly. Like, show the white space, like, show the white space in there, but don't actually store the white space back into the app state. Like, trim it in the background, right? So then on submit, it would actually submit the trimmed input and not the original input. That way, it won't be annoying to a user who like is putting spaces in there and like wondering why they can't hit space, right? That's what I'd do. But it's more complicated, right? Mine, I don't have that yet. Oh, for this one, I can, because this is not held in the structure. But I won't be able to hit add, because the add is to submit for the form. Yeah, so actually have both things going on here. If it's an existing key, it's tightly controlled on change, but then this one's a submit with no on change that goes into the same state. In fact, the reset doesn't even clear that at all, does it? So many nuanced little things you never think about till you face it. That's why I think user interfaces are hard, because they look easy, sort of. Like, these text boxes look easy because that's the whole point of a user interface, is to make it look easy. But then there's so many corner cases and combinations of things that the code behind it is so complicated. All right, so did I miss something here? It's just I'm missing an expression here. We need to find if some state's choices refer to it. So this would be where's my data structure? Dialog component .s.key, or reference key .c. And then I have to do object.keys on this, don't I? Dot sum. Let's make this state key. And this will be some choice key. Where actually, we don't have to have return, right? I can just say choice key state equals key to find. There we go. Actually, that wasn't as complicated as I thought it would be. So that will reflect if we can delete a state or not. So that goes in the delete button here. Disabled, right? Will be is state referenced, and then I use the key. Actually, that wasn't so hard. That wasn't so hard. So now I can't delete any of those states. What happened to the spam state? Did I reset and save it? I think I did. Let's just add it. So I can delete it because it has no choices that lead back to it. But if I added one like that, now I can't. If I delete it, I can again. I like it. That works. User says, I do have a problem with the code generator. It fills the code with to-do items. Yeah, you don't want your output to say at to-do, do you? Is that because you want a human to go back in there and comment? No. If I were you, I would have a rule in place that says auto-generated code is exempt from code review and documentation because it's generated code. It's derived from the input. So require the input to be commented, if anything else, right? Or are you saying that the to-dos are for something else, like your code generator is not complete? Yeah, I wouldn't do it in the output of the code generator. I would require it on the input of the code generator. Require that the input be annotated some way. In fact, the code generator could generate warnings if they forget to comment the input. That make sense? I wouldn't have the code, like there are certain rules I like to apply for generated code. It doesn't need to be code reviewed, it doesn't need to be commented, and it doesn't need to be checked into version control because it's like an object file or an executable. You can build it from the code generator and the input. As long as those two are controlled. If you need comments, put it on the input of the code generator. If it's under version control, this is the input and the code generator itself. It just saves some time. You're not committing the code generator. Why not? It's a useful tool. You should put it somewhere. You don't have to. I would, though. That's just me. Okay, what's next? Not to that project, at least. Right, yeah, it would go in its own place. In its own repo somewhere. Especially if you're going to find it handy to reuse, right? Am I down to the undo redo? This is hard. The thing is, I don't want to put something on the redo stack every time I hit a letter here. You know what's cool is that automatically updated. This one's broken though. I need to fix that. Did I have that on the list? I did. I think I'll do that next. It should update all of these. So that's part of this changing the state key, isn't it? And it's related to this code. Kind of. Not really though. Okay, state, where's change state key? Change state key. Okay, here we go. So it's more than just omitting the old one and building a new one. We're actually going to construct everything. So we should just build a new one. Can I do a map? No, I really shouldn't. I should do it this way. So let new states. And then object.keys dialog component.s for each state key. Actually, here we can also combine this stuff, right? It also might be self-referential, so let's just write the code. So new states state key equals what's in the state. Choices in, so I guess we're just building a whole new object. So V is the dialog component S state key. I guess we'll just pull this out, right? So const state equals that. And then this is dot V. And then C is I guess I have to recursively make the new choices. Let new choices. And then something like that. So object keys state.sc for each choice key. Choice is state.c choice key. New choices choice key equals right. Here I think I can just use spread. So dot 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 choice, but I have to rewrite the S to be depends on if it's the old key or not. So if choice dot S is the old key, then it's use the new key. Otherwise, use choice S. That builds up the new choices based off of the old ones, but replacing the next state if it was the old one. Then we take those and we put them in for the new state, and then this is just okay. I just haven't done the replacing that key now. So that's here, right? If state key is the old key. Actually, just it's the choice of this key right here, right? So I can just build that into this. State key is the old key. If so, use the new key. Otherwise, use the existing key. And then, yeah, this is just new states. I think that'll work. Let's try it. Oh, look at that. Isn't that cool? Updates all those combo boxes down there. And what if it isn't in the list? It just updated that box, which is fine. What if I put that to conversations? Oh, it always wants to rewrite that. I suppose that's okay. Cool. All right. I like it. It was interesting. So this is the last one for the day. I've only got 3 hours done, so if I run out of things to do, I have to think of more things to do. Okay, I basically want to have two buttons here, undo, redo. The classical way to do it is every time you make a change, you put something on, you clear the redo stack and then you put something on the undo stack. And then undo pops from the undo stack and pushes the opposite onto the redo stack, and vice versa. So the trick is going to be when to push onto the undo stack. I don't want to do it on every single change, because if I'm typing, like, if I'm changing this, for example, just hitting the S key, I don't want that to be an undoable thing, because there's already the Control Z which does the undo for me. It's only certain actions, right? Well, actually, I could have it. I could have it push it onto the undo stack and then just note down what changed. And if it's the same thing that changed again, they would just collapse the two things on the stack together. So maybe that's what I would do. So this on stage, and maybe have a second argument saying what changed, maybe in the form of a string, and that would be held along with the object, as in, like, what changed. Yeah. Then things. Okay, let's just try updating this on stage. So let's annotate. So this is changing the name, right? This is changing if the choices for the certain state are visible. So this would be, let's construct this dynamically. Key, visible. I don't want things to collide, though. I think that'll be fine if I always have a suffix. Except for that one, that doesn't matter. Okay. So like if I did something like this, key, state, delete state, right? Okay, and this one is, what is this doing? Changing a state key, so. Oh, this one's tricky. I'll just, because I'm thinking, what if you change one state key, like that, and then change another one? If I just make the key state, then those two would fold together. So if I hit undo, it would do that. But how often am I gonna change a bunch of state keys at the same time? And if I used if I used old and new state, they changes every single time. So they would, if I did like X, Y, Z, then I'd have to undo 3 times. I don't want to do that. Although the way it is now, I have to hit Control Z 3 times because it's re-rendering 3 times. Maybe it doesn't matter so much then. Down here, if I change and hit Control Z, it's only 1 change because it's not re-rendering? How come I have to hit Control Z 3 times there? But down here, if I type X, Y, Z, only need to hit Control Z once. Is it because when I change this, it's also changing that part of the DOM? And so, don't know. Weird. Anyway, I think I'll just call this state. Or, state key. Delete, choice, well, key, what do I call it up here? Delete state, delete choice. All right. And this one is change the choice key. So we'll just call this a choice key. Okay, this one I can name key next state. And what key requirement? Index to delete. Delete event. Delete choice, delete event. Okay, this isn't actually not what I want, is it? Because you might delete the next event of the same index. What if I use the React key? Did it had a React key, right? Oh, this is a problem, isn't it? This will change the indices, won't it? Ew. I really shouldn't do that. I shouldn't use, like, there's warnings against using the index as a key. For choices, I used React key. But that needed a string, right? Well, actually, it could be an integer. But it serves no purpose. It's not going to be unique. Let me make a note to think about this later. When an event is deleted, any events following it will get new React keys assigned that were used for different events in the previous rendering. It would be better to make the keys not change for events following any deleted event. So I guess the cost is that they end up getting re-rendered, removed and added back into the DOM, or changed in the DOM in a different place when they could just be left alone, right? I'll come back to that later. In the meantime, on stage, right? Did I miss one here? Oh no, I was on this one, thinking that I'm using an index, which is bad. So if I delete two events and then hit undo, it'll restore both of the deleted events. You know, that's okay. It's not going to be perfect. In fact, because it can't be perfect, I might as well just make it so it folds them all together, right? And the same thing here. Yeah. All right, change event. This one we can group together. We can use index, though. Index to change event. And then this is state add. New state key. Add state. And add choice, and then add event, right? New choice key. Add choice. And add event. Again, with the indices being not unique. Let's just do add event. Okay, so in addition to dialog, it's like a change key or something. Let's find that. And, oh yeah, that's being reduced, isn't it? Stage selected game dialog. So change key. So we'll have an undo stack at this point. So undo, well, game dialog undo stack. So it's going to depend, right? Well, in addition to the game undo stack, we'll have the game dialog last a change key, action change key. And this will be if the change key is the same, then we don't push anything, or we collapse the last one with the current one. So if we're doing a collapse, two things have to be true. The state dot undo stack length has to be greater than 0, and the action change key has to equal the state game dialog last change key. If those are both true, then we're collapsing together. So that means we're what's it? Slice? Splice? I can't remember now. Is it slice? Slice. Yeah, returns a shallow copy with a new one added, if there is a new one. No. No, it's not added. It returns a shell copy of a portion of array from beginning to end, or end if not included. We don't want to, yeah, we don't want to modify the array. That's important. These Redux reducers are not supposed to modify. So I want slice then. State game undo stack slice from the beginning. Push pushes to the end, right? End, yes. Okay, so that would be 1, 2, 3. So it's non-inclusive. 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. Oh, the end is not included. Okay. And what if end is not given? Okay, so it's it would be dot length minus 1, right? And then that has to be spread so that we can add the new one, which is the action dialog. Okay, and if we're not replacing, we're simply pushing, so it's not slicing, it's taking the original one and adding the new one. There we go. I think that's all I need to do for when we stage something new, is where we're usually going to just add that on. Oh, actually, the end, it has to be what it currently is, not what the current one is, not what the new one is. So that's this one, right? State.that. Oh, and then if we're squishing, we're not changing it at all. Then, so it's actually simpler than this. I don't need to slice and add the new one. It is just keeping the old one, so not pushing. So that would just be this state dot, right. So if the key didn't change and we already have one on the stack, then just use the stack doesn't change. Otherwise, we're adding something onto the stack, and what we're adding is what it used to be in the previous step. And then we're recording that. Okay. And then I have to add undo and redo. So let's add the not assets, actions. Define action. Undo game dialog change. Sounds good to me. And then that is the same reducer has to handle that. So let's put a bookmark there. Remove the old bookmarks. Okay, up here, let's bookmark this. I need to make this in the shape. So empty at first. And then this has to have a place. And that can be empty string. All right. So let's just copy this. Go down to here and paste. So what is undo? Undo is going to do nothing unless there is a something on the undo stack. So I can make this completely conditional on if there is anything in the undo stack. There is something in the undo stack, we're doing something. Otherwise, we're not changing the state at all, right? If there's something in the undo stack, then I think we're going to clear this key. And we're going to set that based off of the last thing in the undo stack. So that would be this index, that length minus 1. Here's where it would be cool if JavaScript supported. I would just do -1. I don't think that works, right? Game dialog undo stack -1. Oh, I missed a bunch of chat. Cooking time? Okay. What are you cooking? I'm hungry. Can you cook me something, Skizzers? He's probably gone cooking now. Big difference using a laptop versus a Samsung Galaxy S8 Plus. Yeah, the difference would be the laptop has a bigger screen and a keyboard, right? That was almost 20 minutes ago. I'm not getting the little sound notification that tells me when there's new chat. I'm sorry about that. There, I heard that one. Sure, you can have one of your chicken Sammys? Oh, that sounds so yummy right now. I'm in my own little world, yes. Sometimes that happens. Right, so I do want to do splice here, like I did before. So it's that dot splice, and then length -1, right? I think that's right. So undo will restore that from the last thing in the undo stack, and then that should be slice, not splice. Slice off all but the end, and I don't want to do pop because that mutates. This I have to do the non-mutating one. Not easily sidetracked with chat, and yeah. Well, I'll try to keep that balanced, right? What I don't know how to do very well is to push back on chat, so to speak. Like, if there are a lot of people in chat demanding my attention, like, how do I graciously and non-offensively say, well, I need to do some work, so I can't engage with chat so much? That's where I mostly struggle. Okay, so let's just try this. I won't do the redo yet. We'll just do undo. So I need to make a button for this. In here. Well, let's make the action first. Undo. Dispatches. Actions. Undo game dialog change. Undo game dialog change. And then on undo is a prop. You have the goal to take care of that every so often. You say you're going to cook because you're coming and going and you might miss something? Oh. I got it. So if I yell really loud, Skizzers, I need you, then you run back to the computer or whatever. Okay, undo. And this is just going to be a button right next to save. We can also have undoable. I should have that, right? Disabled is no, undo stack empty. And this is on undo. You have headphones. I see. I don't have to yell then. I got it. Gosh, this component is really big. Undo stack empty is state admin. What did I call it? Game dialog undo stack. Is there a prototype for empty? Empty. Nope, I actually didn't know that. You can have an empty statement. Array. Has length, but okay, we'll just do length equals 0. I feel better if that is in parentheses. You'd have to yell really loud, I see. Just take a short break once every half an hour and answer the questions then. That's a good idea. Well, it's hard to do, though. I'd have to have some kind of timer to remind me. You should stop and answer questions. I don't want to be like some streamers, I'm not going to name names, but there's some streamers who don't engage with chat at all, except for like a special question and answer time, like at the beginning or the end of the stream. I really don't like that. I don't want to get into that. I do like that idea, though. I'll give you a point. If I set something up like a timer, like talk with chat, and maybe it like revolves every once in a while. What would be cool is if I had a marker in Yada, I could mark the last thing I read. This GDPR thing is melting you. So Clayman, did you say you were taking notes about that? Let me go read and see what you said. Might be. It'd be really cool if you took notes so that other people looking at GDPR could learn from you. Thanks for the follow, eHot Media. Couldn't afford the wireless headset. Would have loved to get one. They're half your monthly net salary. Really? They don't pay you enough. All right. Undo stack. Maybe teach. Oh, yeah. Like, have the golem say something every once in a while. I like that idea, too. It would have to know I'm streaming, which I wanted to add. I wanted to add that anyway. And then I hit a button or something to say, hey, I'm engaging with chat. It would, well, no, we can't replace you. You're irreplaceable. It would just help you. It would be like an assistant. See, when you get more popular or more powerful or more responsible, you have to hire assistants to keep, to help out with the menial tasks, right? They don't replace you. They augment your capabilities. They let you do more, right? Undo stack empty. Disable when it's empty. I think this is set to try out. I misspelled action. Where? Index in actions? Yeah, right here. Alright. Cool, so now if I hit S and I hit undo. Cool, now if I do, let's try several things. Let's add a spam. And then within spam, we'll add a key hello. Now let me undo once, undo twice. Nice. So that worked out really well. Let me do the redo stack now. Redo is a little bit tricky, and then you have to reverse things, but not too hard. So redo. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on. There's one other thing I need to do. Let's see if I get this right. If you add something new, hold on. If you undo, if I had two things in the undo stack, so spam, add, and then here I do hello, add, and if I undo once, and then add something else, should that have cleared the undo stack? No, it would clear the redo stack. Okay, so I'm fine. So undo should still work. Okay, got it. All right. So anyway, redo stack. Redo game dialog change. Kind of like undo, but not really. I'm getting really hungry. I think it's because I had a light breakfast. We're running out of food. I gotta go to the store and get some more food. In fact, maybe I'll go to the store and get something to eat while I'm there. Redo. So you can only redo if the redo stack has something in it. And it'll reduce the redo stack by slicing off a thing. And it should just pull off of the redo stack. But then the other thing it needs to do is it has to push the previous onto the undo stack. As if you had done a stage. So this thing. But we don't have to mess with the key. So we don't have to do this. We can just always do this. Right? You can make a command that caches questions and clears them once you answer them, but that did not intend to send that. Oh, okay. Rocket Sage uses Discord for that. Don't go to the store with an empty stomach because you buy more. That's true. Actually, what I usually do is I'll go to like one of those mini mall areas, eat first, and then shop, so that I just ate when I go shop so I don't buy more. And then I don't have to go on 2 trips. Eat trip and then shop trip. They're all combined. Got to share something with everyone. Saturday, wife asked you to look. You could have new furniture. You figure that's fine. Pick up a couch for $1,000. Went to local furniture store, applied for credit, and if getting over $6,000 in credit, walked out with $5,500. Whoa. Okay, well, if you needed the furniture, that's great. Because you basically front-loaded all of your furniture buying for the next 60 months without having to pay interest. So what's bad is if you were not going to buy that much in furniture for over the next 60 months, and now you bought it. You're falling into the credit trap, right? I hope it's not that. Stuff you have is 17 years old, well, that's a good investment, right? So you basically get to use that furniture now that you would have had to wait to buy over the next 60 months to pay the same, right? And maybe if the furniture gets more and more expensive, you're buying it now while it's cheap. That could be a good thing. Ever had a love seat before? It's just a small couch. They've got some weird stuff out for furniture now. Yeah, well, it intersects with fashion, right? And that's a whole profession, right? People actually have jobs where all they do is design rooms. Design matching furniture for different rooms. Outlets built in? Oh, really? Well, that sounds like a good thing. Yeah, Cthulhu is taking over for Bugfound, who disappeared on us. Don't know what happened to Bugfound, but he's not here anymore. All right. Undo stack. We don't want to pick what we currently have. We want to pick what was... No, maybe we do want to pick what we have. And push that onto the undo stack. Yeah, I think that's right. Let's give space for the redo stack, shall we? And then undo we have to modify slightly. Undo has to push what we have onto the redo stack. Just like we do for stage, yes. Actually, let me just pull from redo. Redo and undo are kind of reciprocals, right? Should have bookmarked it. Redo. There we go. Bookmark it now. Yes, so pushing onto the redo stack. Redo what we had there before plus what we had previously. And then this should clear the redo stack. That's important. And then now it's just updating the dialog on redo. Let's redo. And then redo stack empty. Add that to the props here. Undo, redo. Redo. Disabled if the redo stack is empty. All right. Why does poggers not work? I don't know. Poggers should work. That's what BTTV emote, right? I thought I had that enabled. Maybe I don't. How do I check that? I have to go to BTTV. Been a while since I logged into this. Connect. My emotes. Oh, I don't have poggers. What happened to poggers? Can I search? It's a very important side thing. We must do this, right? Is there a search here? Here we go. There's just no poggers? What is this? There's anti-poggers. Where's poggers? What's pog? It's all Twitch memes, right? Is it? No, it's with an S, right? How come I'm not finding it? Is it not a BTTV emote? Is it a Frankerface C instead? I don't really know these things, to tell you the truth. FFZ's lack of originality for their emotes is Resident Sleeper. Yes. It's an FFZ emote. Okay, so I gotta go to that instead. All right. Okay. Oh, but with that, you don't actually pick emotes, right? You submit new emotes. Oh no, I have to go to my channel. No emotes found. Really don't know how to add something here. That's only for custom ones. I really don't know what to do. I'm not gonna waste too much time here. Yeah, I don't know. Someone will have to teach me later. Okay. See you later, Cthulhu. I'm almost done anyway. Once I get this undo redo thing, I think I will call it. Yeah, what happened to poggers? I don't know. If someone else can give me a hint on what I need to do to get poggers to work, that'd be great. Otherwise, I'm not going to worry about it too much. On redo. I did not bring that in here, did I? I teach you how to do it. Don't. Okay, fair enough. All right, so spam, add, undo, redo. Nice. So if I undo and then I type something else like foo, that'll clear the redo stack, but I can undo that and redo that. Okay. So bar. Now I can undo both and then redo both. Nice. I think we're done. That's it. Let's check this in. I don't know too much about those emotes, Skizzers, so to me they're just like memes that people like to do, and for some reason they're not in Twitch global emotes, so it's like extra emotes. Most of them I don't understand, because, you know, I'm older. It's you young folks that are into the memes more than me. I only learn by when people use them enough and I collect enough contextual information to know, okay, Poggers is pleasant surprise at something, right? But, you know, where it comes from, BTTV, FFZ, Twitch, I don't really know that much. If I started using Chris's overlay, I wouldn't need to worry, right? Because I could just put, if I wanted Poggers, I could just put it in his thing, right? Okay, I think these are all the changes for today, and they're numerous and many, so I think I'll just check them all in together and say this is complete the dialog editor panel. Hooray. Unless I missed something. Is there anything here I want to add? I mean, not really. What happens if I'm on here and I hit add? Yeah, it doesn't do... Oh, it crashed. Because the selected choice doesn't exist in that state. Okay, so we should fix that before I check it in. That happens if I have a selected choice, like yes, and then I pick a different state. It should really... So when we change states, it should really clear the selected choice. It should put it back to whatever the default is. What's the default? This shouldn't be 0 either, should it? Oh no, that one should be 0. What's the choice? Selected choice default to? Game. Is it not in Redux? It is. What is that set to by default? Empty string. Okay. So that should be something the reducer does when we select a new state. So select game dialog state. We should change. We should set that one back to empty string, right? That'll fix that problem. Wait a second. But if there is no empty string choice, we'll still have a problem. Like here, if I hit tell now, it's going to crash. I think I know what I can do for that. I can just disable those buttons, so that's up here. Oh, what was it? It's a button somewhere. Add. Okay, here they are. So we should disable these all if the selected choice isn't in the selected state. So let's do that. Let's just, for both of these, have a disabled is selected choice invalid. I know you couldn't see that. Let's fix that. Because we're at a ridiculous indentation level. Maybe that's what I'll work on tomorrow. I'll work on refactoring this stuff tomorrow. Oh, hold on a second, everybody. Sorry about that. Switch to 2 spaces? No, I think this is just a reminder that I have to refactor this code to be not so complicated. I need to break it up into pieces. Alright, so this will just compute. Yeah, that is not a dialog component. Or not dialog component S, or not dialog component S selected dialog dialog state. Is that right? No, that's right. Yes. Or selected choice. There we go. Let's try it. So if I pick that, that's grayed out. And if I pick one of those, we can do it again. But conversation doesn't have a yes. Oh, we reverted back to default, right? Because that's what I had it do. That's good enough for me. Let's pull that in now. Anything else that I missed? Zero space indents. Are you so quick with the code? Is it just experience? Well, sort of. It's just that this I wrote in the last couple days. So I kind of in my brain know where things are roughly. It's getting to the point where it's too big for me to remember everything. So sometimes I have to search. But I have a rough idea where things are. So there's a whole bunch of functions, and with those functions, I build up the DOM based off of the states in the dialog, followed by the choices in the selected state, followed by the events in the selected choice. And all three of those have like places where we insert the lists. So there's the choices list, state rows list, and those are built up before. So I have a rough idea that they're built first, and then we insert them in these places. And then we have these special rows for adding new rows, or new entries in each of those three lists. But yeah, it gets to the point where there are a couple of red flags to me, right? The fact that it's over 800 lines long, that's one rule. I try to follow that. When it gets that big, I should split it up into multiple files. The other thing is the crazy indentation level. For this JSX, the solution to that is to make subcomponents, like I did for the game. What is it? Game dialog event, right? That I did for a different reason, but see how this one bit expands to this? I did it mostly because this had to have a table, and it's hard in JSX to do that kind of thing for me. But yeah, I would do the rest of these levels of indentation. Everywhere here would be subcomponents, and then I would then probably split this file up so there'd be game dialog state, game dialog choice, game dialog event, and then there would just be more files, but each file would be smaller and less indentation. And I might have other components to do common stuff like this shrinking container, like stuff that I repeat. Maybe the pattern that I have rows followed by a new row. So this pattern of having a shrinking container which has a table in it, which has, these could all be props to some other higher order component, right? The props could be what header to put, what columns we have, the rows to add, and then what to put in the new row at the bottom. Those could all be props to a higher order component, and then this entire div, or this entire form could be reduced to just a single component with those props passed in. So it'd be shorter. Like the input could be a smaller component because I usually have a value coupled with a non-change. So stuff like that. That's what I would do to make it smaller. You want to get it small enough so that it it's easy to navigate, and if you forget where things are, you can find them again. But yeah, right now I'm benefiting from the fact that my memory, short-term memory works, and I can remember sort of where I put everything. Yes. Anything else? I don't think so. I think we're good. We're good. Famous last words. Just always typing STH. What does STH stand for? Something? Takes you a few minutes till you finally work out those few lines. Oh, you're talking about typing stuff. Yeah, that's experience. You will start to get used to certain constructs, like I'm typing arrow functions like this a lot. And so like it just becomes muscle memory, the fact that you have something equals and then your arguments and then arrow and then the body and then how you build objects in JavaScript. It just becomes a lot of it's muscle memory. Chicken sandwich o'clock. Okay, see you playing with Skizzers. I'm gonna end anyway, I think. I'm mostly going back to chat and seeing if I missed anything. Hoggers is just a PogChamp zoomed into the mouth. Well, but then it's also Pepe, right? You don't like FFC emotes because they couldn't be less original, I suppose. A lot of them are submitted by users, though, and maybe the average user is not original. All right. What am I going to do tomorrow? I guess I'm going to refactor this junk. This could benefit from a day's worth of like cleanup and refactoring, I think. Especially junk like that. It's horrible. This I can refactor into this could be one method that this outer one leverages, and then this outer one there leverages the inner one. And this pattern of omitting and then adding could be itself a function, right? So yeah, we'll work on that tomorrow. Let me test something. If I wanted to delete the peasant state, I would do it by deleting this action, right? And then I can delete that state. And if I say, oops, I didn't mean to do that, I can hit undo twice. And we're back to where we were. Cool. Hey, Sunday King. How are you doing? I'm ending my stream, unfortunately, because this is about my end time. I worked on today adding this user interface that I started yesterday and kind of completed today. And it's going to be used for editing in-game dialogue. So here's me in the game. If I talk to... that's also Bob. Where's the original Bob? I want to find him. Where is he hiding? Where are you? Oh, there you are. There's Bob. Talk to Bob and I can say, what's your name? What's your job? Guard. Or bye, right? Actually, let's talk to him again, because I want to also demonstrate. If I say peasant, he asks me a yes or no question, and I can say, yes, of course you are. Goodbye. That's all scripted based off of a dialog, which is a huge JSON object that looks... There's a smaller version, but here's the actual one we were just doing. It's a collection of state machines, and each state has various choices with state transitions, and it kind of looks like this. So you start the conversation, and he says move along, and then it goes to the conversation state. In there, you can ask him his name. This is the also Bob. Let's go back to Bob. Name, I'm Bob the guard. Then you can say job, I guard this place. Guard, that's my job. If you say peasant, it moves to the peasant state after saying that thing in the peasant state. This means the choices are visible. Choices are yes or no. No, they'll say, what are you then? And go to the who state. Yes, of course you are, back to conversation state. If you say bye, it ends the dialogue. So the whole point of yesterday's and today's work is to make a user interface that I can use to kind of edit and create new dialogues and edit existing ones and that kind of thing for putting in-game content in place. The reason why we have also Bob is because Bob disappeared. And at first I didn't realize he had stepped through this portal, which goes to, I think, the Bob Island, ironically. And he was hanging out here, and only when he stepped through the return portal there did he go back here. And I thought he got deleted by accident, so I had made this copy. And then Bob reappeared. I'm like, oh, well, I guess I'll name him also Bob. You would have chosen Unity, but took a year of C++ in school? Well, Unity is C# instead of C++, so it's a cleaner, newer language. And Unity itself is a game engine framework, whereas C++, you'd have to pick an engine like Unreal or make your own, like what I'm doing. One thing about my stream is I try to do everything from scratch because that's what I enjoy doing. If I wasn't trying to do this from scratch, I'd probably pick Unreal because it's in a language I'm more familiar with. Or, Unity's fine too. Yeah, what I've heard is Unreal, it's friendlier if you know C++, but if you don't, and especially if you're not from a programming background, it's maybe not as friendly as Unity or Game Maker or something like that, or Godot. Anyway, I think that's it. I haven't checked the real game to see if anyone has opened any new tickets in a while. Nope. And no one's logged in. Okay, so I don't need to do any upkeep. I haven't seen many people enter the game, which makes sense because I haven't added any new game content. Oh, there's Congo, just logged in. Wanted to solidify your knowledge, so you took a year C++. So that's good. It's a good language to know. There's a lot of jobs out there that you need to know C or C++. It's an older language, so it's more challenging. But once you learn C++, a lot of the things that you learn, you can leverage into any other language like C# or Go or Rust or Python or anything else. Quality assurance tester is now online. I'm just wandering around my game world here. Where's quality assurance tester? Is he in the far lands? Or did he go visit Slimyville? There's Slimy, version 2.0. He's on an unreachable island right now. Oh, there he is. He's sitting at the center. I just didn't see him. All right. Let's end the stream here. I'll come back tomorrow, refactor the code I did today. Let's see who we can raid. Got quite a selection of people who are streaming right now. Pocket Watch raided yesterday. Let's raid Pocket Watch, unless he's ending his stream too. Okay, he just started like almost an hour ago, so he should be going for a while. It looks like he's comparing. I need to mute this. He's comparing stuff in Enter the Gungeon. I guess doing research. But yeah, Pocket Watch is working on it's a team of 2 working on a game called Kerosene, a 2D ARPG. And rated us yesterday right around the time I rated someone else, and so I had to carry over his viewers to the other channel, and I felt bad about it. So we'll at least go repay the favor. And we'll have fun there. So, Pocket Watch. You watch them too? Yeah? We're all a pretty tight community. We raid each other all the time. I'll be back tomorrow, my friends, at 10 a.m. Pacific or 1700 hours UTC. And thanks for all the follows, Sunday King and others. I will see you guys tomorrow. Enjoy Pocket Watch. All right? Bye.